Hello, everyone. Uh, Sound check. Does everyone hear me? Oh, very good. So I'll start here. And let's see. Sorry about the chat in the beginning. Looks like I got it right this time. And I'll go back to the beginning of the game. So in this game, it's going to be a best of three here. This is the first game of the three games. So this is a move that's fairly common. People have stopped playing the kakari on the other side, I think. Let's see if I can get a. That looks good. Um, I think previously people would be playing moves like this a lot. Um, and something like this. This is actually something that also is played a lot. Computer programs like Katago, I was going through the game with Katago before. They seem to like playing a Shimari, maybe something like this. Yeah. And so this kind of thing would be normal. I think when I studied this opening, I was sort of expecting my opponents to play the game move, actually. So I was expecting this one. And this is where black has a choice. Black could have played the normal Joseki, in which case white could push here. This was quite popular. Um, Probably became most popular after AlphaGo and KJ played, when they had this variation come up for maybe the first time. And they were doing a lot of, um, and then people were doing a lot of variations on this. But and then white will play here. This was quite popular for a while. Haven't seen it so much in recent professional games. Sometimes when black plays the jump here, white will play a solid. This is also a move that white can play. It's a solid move, but it also gives black an easier position on the right side of the board. So that's a trade-off. So in the game, black push curling around here once and taking sente is a move that is more popular now. It leaves the option for black to play this move at some other point. At a later time, black can play this way or push here. If black pushes here, sometimes it will be a big fight when white does oops, something like this. So this could have happened, but black's probably not going to play that immediately. In fact, in the game, black didn't play it immediately. Sometimes black will play a nice move. This doesn't really function very well until black has a better position on the right side. So maybe black would start instead with, if we're just looking at the right half of the board, black would start with something around here, and then the next move would be here to extend to the center. So just looking at the right side. So in the game, black started with the 3-3 point. Um, it's still getting good scores, I think, with the computer. This is a popular move. And feel free to put in questions in the chat. I should be seeing it. And so, yeah, so black plays the 3-3 point. And when white plays the double hane here, this means that the upper side is not so big an area. So white's going to give black that position on the upper side. So this is a way white plays when the left side of the board is more important than the upper side of the board. And it makes sense to do it in this case, where the upper side, white's settled there on the upper right, and doesn't really have much potential as in the ways of a big moyo. So black plays the Kakari. It looking pretty normal up to this point. Yeah, yeah. So this is where I was really surprised to see this move. It's a fun looking move. And this is a move when I took a look at it with Katago, it does come up in a lot of the variations. So it's is everyone hearing me? You can put comments in. I'm not seeing anything come in, so I'm a bit worried here. Oh, very good. Thank you. Everyone was just quietly listening then. So black plays this move. This came up in a lot of the comments. I mean, in the variations that were showed to me by Katago. But it was playing this extension here first, and then attaching after white plays here. So it's a big, quite a different meaning in this case. Black would still be hoping to make for instance, if white does something like this, black would still be thinking of closing off, building towards the center probably. So black starts with this move. And this is asking white. White has 4 choices here. When black plays an attachment like this, white can play a hane on the left or the right side, or extend in one of those directions. Yes. Derek Neal says that he assumes the goal of the attach is to grow the moil, and that is true. So for instance, if white does something like this, the local move that black is going to follow up with is this one. But it's not good to play it too early, because white would just invade the right side. Maybe something like this. Maybe something like this. So instead, black will probably play once to the right side. And when I studied this with a computer program, there's always this move comes in at some point. So it's going to insist that black plays this move. Human players don't really play this so early, usually. But it does, sometimes there's a meaning to playing this move at 2. In that it's increasing the co-threads, the size of the next co-thread, and it's making a forcing move here and stuff like that. Sometimes there's some meaning to it. But in actual play, the potential that white would not play at 3 is usually very small. So human players tend to leave it longer than the computers do. But in any case, black's probably going to play the next move on the right side of the board would be here. And then if white continued to play other moves, then black's next move would be to play here to get a big moyo thing. So in the game, yeah. Let's do some more variations here. So if white plays this way, then black's going to cover here. And now white has a choice. Maybe the safest move would be to connect. But then again, black would be getting even if black simply connected here, this would be very good for black on the right side. So that's the idea black has. If white moves to the left of this attachment, then black is going to have opportunities to build the moyo on the right side of the board. So white played on the right side. This is the strongest local move. Generally, when your opponent has played an attachment, and you have a position in the general area. So like white has these stones in the lower left corner. I'd say white has a potential local advantage. So when you want to play strongly, you play a hane instead of extending in one direction. And so this makes sense. If white Katago actually, I did go through the opening with Katago here, and it wanted to play this move, and that would be this variation. Um, I don't know this one. It's interesting, but it's a funny variation where black is getting a lot of territory, scooping out the whole side, and white has this influence towards the center. It looks pretty much even to me. Mm-hmm. Philippe Coco, why is the intuition not to hane on the left side since you had support? Um, hmm. Yeah, that's a good discussion. So when white plays a hane on the left side, it just gives black more opportunity. In fact, the opposite is true in that white is playing too many moves, maybe. Well, it's a reasonably good shape, but white is playing a lot of moves where white already has a fairly strong position. So actually, the instinct of a professional player is to play a hane on the right side because that is the side, because white does have strength on the left and wants to fight by sort of inviting black into the lower side where white does have more stones locally. So that is it's easier to attack on the right, on the lower side. So white has a local offensive here. Black plays once here. Black still has room to move out if white, for instance, does something like this. Black would still have room to do stuff like this. Maybe once here. There was this variation where black was running off in this direction. And would still have room to connect out to the center. Miguel Molina says, can you compare the attachment with the shoulder hit at L4? Okay, that probably K4 on this go board. This one. In this case, white would push a few times and play here. When you compare this variation with black playing the attachment, and for instance, locally getting something like this is getting more space. So it's a better position for black. So it's asking for more. It's a kind of an asking move, giving white two choices. White has the choice of moving to the left or the right, and they're equally there's kind of an equal potential either way. Whereas playing the shoulder hit here, it would be clear that white wants to play on the left side. And so it would be an easier choice for white and slightly better for white than this variation. So black's asking for more and trying to start fight. So white connects. This is the game variation. And black jumps. And now this move, again an asking move. If the value of this black stone on the fifth line gets smaller, then black will answer it at a later stage. Black would answer it here. So white's asking, in this case, white will push through and cut here, and the fight in the center will continue. And that exchange, starting with the marked stone there, is heating it up. So this is just heating up the left side so that white can more effectively attack black's stones on the lower side. So when black played here, this was basically, it was strengthening black's potential connection to the stones on the right. Yes. Why e14? Um, the natural move, that's a really good question. That's Derek Neal asking why e14. Oh, your instinct was to go into the corner to attack White's d7 group. My instinct actually, let's go through that variation first. So if Black goes into the corner, White's going to press here, and probably is going to play once here. And I don't really know what Black's going to do. This is a bit cramped for Black. At some point, White's going to have this forcing move too, threatening. So like, for instance, if White played this way, White would be threatening to push through and cut. And it looks very cramped for Black on the lower side. So this would give White potential to start surrounding Black on the lower side. So that's why I'd say that Black did not do that. Having said that, my first instinct would actually be to play something on the right side to protect these stones in a straightforward manner. But in this case also, I think White would be playing this exchange and would just be getting a bit more momentum in White's attempt to attack Black there. This White 6 would be a big move, taking some eye space for White in the corner and taking away Black's potential base in the corner too. So this would be a big move that White wants to play. So in this game, Black is strengthening the left side first and protecting Black's stones by making a stand on the fifth line there. I'd say this move is also, in a way, it's helping this group that Black has on the lower side, and potentially putting pressure on White's group in the corner. So I like this move. And White played here and here, and Black plays here. So this is a move where Black is playing very forcefully locally, because, for instance, if Black can have White play something like this, then this move in the corner, now it's going to be a lot more strong. It's going to be a move that has potential to put White in trouble, because White doesn't have eye space on the lower side. So the meaning of that marked move that Black played in the center of the board, I believe it's to it sort of agrees with you in the way you wanted to slide into the corner. It's agreeing that is an important move. And also White, at this point, White did return to the corner group. And at this point, I think, let's see, Katago was giving Black a slightly better score. And that's because Katago didn't like this extension that White played. And the suggested variation was to connect, which would be putting more pressure, threatening the cut at this point, for instance. There's the cut here, which would be a problem for Black. So White's giving that threat, and Black will probably play the hanging connection. So this would have been better for White. Sam A is asking about the variation with the shoulder hit at K4. Yes, that's basically what I meant to be saying. Basically what I meant to be saying was that this, oh yeah, it gives better potential for the Moyle, but it's giving White a stronger shape on the lower side. That means that in the future moves, Black will have less momentum. So for instance, if Black does something like that, White plays here, White will still have room to move into the right side. It's just very difficult for Black to get a satisfactory position with just one move. Black might play here, white would still have stuff that white could do inside this moyo. And the fact that white has such a solid position on the lower side would make it relatively simple for white to invade the moyo. I can understand how some people might find it scary, and you can mess up, but players like this are really good at doing that kind of thing. So black's really trying to put more pressure on white on the lower side. And since white fought back, it has turned into a fight where black is not going to be able to make the moyo on the right. In this case, black doesn't have time to do that at this point, but black is getting paid back by invading the lower side and creating some potentially weak white groups also. So it's well, I'd say that the shoulder hit in this case was probably slightly bad, and this is probably better. Although actually the computer program, the Katawo at least, which I was looking at, it didn't choose either of them. It was just actually just to show you the move that Katago wanted to play. It wanted just to play on the right side, simply like this. And it was going to play the attachment after white had extended. So it's a very subtle difference. So let's get back to the game here. White jumps and black plays here. So if white plays too many moves in the center, then black will start attacking white in the corner. So at this point, white played this move. And when white extended, this actually gave black more than 50%. So black has gained a good deal of points. Actually, I have this at 7.5. So black started with a disadvantage in this game. On my, I didn't change the Komi for it. So that messed up a little bit. But it means that black has a fairly strong advantage at this point. But until black played this move. This move, Katago really didn't like this move. And so the problem with this move is that it allowed white to take the corner territory and get settled. So this move that white played is a really good move. Basically, the main idea here is that if black plays here and white plays here, this is going to be slightly better for white when we compare it to white just playing the solid connection. When white plays the solid connection, it's very similar, but when stuff like this happens, this is going to be a less safe shape in the corner. White has more eyes if white plays the game variation, where if black plays here, white's going to have that potential extra eye capturing the black stone on the left. And so, this, with this taking the corner like this, why did black jump to J6? And I believe the meaning is J14, yeah, and not I6. So that's a good question. Maybe I didn't address that completely. When black played here, it's just that black is hoping to be very forceful here so that black can start attacking white in the corner. So anything apart from this would be a bit weak, I think. So actually black should have played here to take away white's eye shape. And this would have been a more sharper fight. More difficult for black too. There is the threat of this move here and a potential ko here, which is probably not going to work so well for white when white has a lot of weaknesses here. with that group on the left there also. So it's not going to work immediately. So black can handle it. In the game black played here, this allowed white to take the corner territory and settle the group. So this was not so good. And KJ's winning percentage went back up again after black played that. So it's a pretty even game at this point. Oh, sorry. And white played here. Now this move, I don't really like the early B3 moves that AIs play a lot, but you're seeing that humans are playing it now too. And there's pros and cons to that move. So we're talking about the Sagari to the second line in the upper left corner. Yes, so that move, potentially it's losing a co-threat for black. So sometimes professionals don't like to play it. That was, for people of my, when I was young, people would tell you that you're not supposed to waste co-threats. So it's something that, for a long time, human professionals did not like to play that too early. But computers play it, and there are some reasons why it could be good to have that stone on the board. For instance, the major reason being that if there's some big code that happens, then moves like this are going to be very, very forceful code threats. Whereas the Sagari just, it would be big too, but not always forcing. So like in this kind of position, if there was some huge code that came up and black played that move, sometimes it would not be a big enough code threat. Whereas in the game, this kind of move is going to be, it's almost always going to be big enough. It's going to be a huge code threat. So since codes can happen, it's increasing the code threat, and computers seem to like that. They also like the fact that if the fight on the left side heats up, then moves like this will be more, will be always forcing. And so there's a difference there also. So sometimes it works. Even so, humans tend to like to leave it for later, just because it is potentially losing one of black's code threats. So it's a bit of a subtle idea. I really was surprised by this move, and when I looked at the position with Katago, this is about as far as I came with Katago in this game so far. It was completely without a mark, so it was sort of way off the map. This move on the fifth line, just unexpected. Actually, I think the suggested variation was to crawl here, and black's probably going to play here locally, and white can switch to somewhere to the right side, and that would be probably okay for white. So in the game, white plays here, black jumps, and white is probably aiming at that cut on the fifth line. Okay. Okay, so it was a ladder breaking move, but black just squeezes. My guess is that this is going to get a good, black's going to get a good score with the computer analysis. So just catching up with the moves here. Oh, I have. Okay. So, so I'll pause here with my commentary. Did anyone have any questions that I missed or anything you want to ask me? Yeah, I'd say I prefer black. And that was YSF Memories asking if I prefer black, and I say yes. Oh, yes. The B-17 Atari. That's was asked by W. Zhang. That's actually a good question. I think maybe Black should have played it. Black could have played it at any point here. Oh, thank you, Gabriel Gonzalez. Thank you for your present. Black could have played here, and it would have been the same on this side. And actually, I think I like this better. I don't really know why Black did not play that exchange. So I agree with you that it looks better for Black. Oops. Yeah. Okay, so see, I'll put this back. Oh yes, thank you, Derek Neal. I did start Patreon. There's a link in the description, and I'll be starting putting links in other places too. I just started it a few days ago. There's a few tiers for people to choose from, and I'd really appreciate it if you can support me. So thank you. Thank you in advance. And I'll pause here so that I can take a break and study the game a bit. And I'll be back. Let's say I'll be back in. I think I'll be back in an hour, just to let the game progress a little bit. So thank you everyone for watching. Hello? Hello, is everyone there? Oh, good. Hello, I'm back. Okay, let's get started. Um, I'll just start for now. I'll start with the point where I left off, which was around here. And so actually, this is already slightly better for black. I think the suggested move actually was for black to play this point. So it's a question of um, how what point black chooses to play on the right side, because black has settled this thing on the left side of the board and has a fairly solid shape there. So it's a good time for black to be moving to the right. This was the suggested move by Katago, and in the game black played one space closer to the lower right corner. So it's hard to say. This does leave white some more space to get into the right side when white plays here. And this attachment is a move that happens a lot. This is the way white attacks the side when we have this position in the upper right corner, which is so common now. And let's see, so black played underneath and crawled. And I'd say this is a very typical KJ move. Probably taking too much territory. And I would not play that move. And it was not the suggested move. So something in the center, locally I would suggest something like this, moving out into the center as a reasonable move. Thank you everyone for greeting me. So hello everyone. And yes, I would say that if white moves out into the center, this should be okay. I've changed on Leela, I mean actually it's Katago. I have changed the game settings to 6.5 point komi, so I can see that actually black is doing fairly well. Yes, R13 is not urgent, but it's very like KJ to be taking territory like that and sort of pretending he's putting pressure on that black group. You might note that the black group is not 100% alive. It's the type of move that KJ likes to play. He's fairly confident in his handling of weak groups. So on the left, on the lower side here, black does have various ways to try to attack. Yes, it's very, Rick Rubenstein asks, would you call it Amashi? And yes, that is very similar to the Amashi strategy that was used. Well, it was popular into the 20th century. I think it's not so common right now. And in the lower side here, black does have, for instance, black has this move, which is black's strongest local attack. Now, if black plays this way, obviously black is threatening to wedge on the fifth line. If white plays something like this, and black can cut off the two stones on the top. So this is one thing that black is aiming at. And the other threat is to cut here and cut white off on the lower side. So if white captures the one stone, black can play here and cut off those two stones in the corner. And I'd say maybe the drawback to this is that it's not a strong attack on white's eyes. For instance, white can easily live by playing this way. So it's not really trying to kill white. And by backing off, as black did in the game, I think black is taking the right side territory and threatening something more severe as the next move. And white plays here. So this is, I think this is erasing that move that I was talking about. P12 over P11. This is can't stop the signal, saying, why do you think black chose P12 over P11? And it's really hard to choose. We're talking about this move that black played towards the right side. Since there are weaknesses in either case, so for instance, in this case, if black plays here, there would be a weakness on this side. And it's really hard to say, really. It's a trade-off because white's going to jump in anyway. And I think maybe in this case, black was a bit worried about the lower right corner. And although there was a significant difference in the score, a few points difference in the score, it's really more like a play style thing for human players. It's not, if you translate that into a point difference, it's probably just a point or so. That in the difference of a point or so in the point score that the computer would attach to that board position. G12, where's G12? Sam A asks, is G12 or any attempt to rescuing the white stones on the white stones in black's area? It's probably not that urgent. It's probably actually the local move that I would be thinking of playing in that area would be, for instance, maybe this timing. I would be thinking of crawling here because covering at that point is a pretty big point for black. And crawling here is asking black how black's going to handle that position in the center. And so like black has to worry about that cut on the fifth line. Maybe black's going to play here. But this is actually helping white's group on the lower side. So I would tend to want to play this crawl and force with this move and just leave the center stones as it was hard to make use of them. Hard to make use of them anyway. So I would just be have the idea of sacrificing the white stones in that area. So black plays here and here. In this case, black is more interested maybe in taking away white's eye space and surrounding the right side. So white plays here. And I think what this is doing is it's getting rid of this move that I was talking about earlier. For instance, where black can play here, threatening to wedge on the fifth line, or to cut here and capture these two stones in the corner. I think it was dealing with that weakness, because now, if black plays here, this looks not so good for black. Brendan Ozawa del Silva just finished 25 plus hours of my AlphaGo Lisadol commentary. That was a long commentary. Well, thank you for watching. Yes. So, yeah, back to the game. So that's getting rid of that. And locally, the best black can do would be now to play something like this. And while it looks like black can take away white's eyes, actually, if black continues with something like this, it's going to be difficult to kill this white group because white jumps here and black pushes through. White does have an eye in this area. White has an eye with 5 stones in a row on the first line. And on the other side, there's a bit of an issue there where white can play this and play an Atari. And this would be a ko, but it would be a bit of a desperate ko for black too. So I would say that that's a bit far-fetched. It depends on the whole board position, of course. But it does sort of make it difficult already for black to kill this white group. Sam A, thank you. Thank you for pushing my Patreon page. I've just started Patreon. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. And I'm going to be connecting with people there too. So please support me there. So black switches to the right side. So like I was saying just now, extending here, it's not straightforwardly easy for black to kill this white group, although there is that ko. Patreon, thank you. John Kirpin spelled it out for me. And white plays here. This was a point where the game paused for a bit. I mean, I think it was just KJ thinking about his next move. This is a point where jumping out here, playing a nice move here, and moves like this also. All of these moves were being discussed with the commentators and various sites and are feasible moves that white could try to play. So it's a difficult position for white with a weak point there. When white does play this move, white does have to think of the weakness here. And in this case, if black does it immediately, white would be sacrificing a few stones. Maybe something like this. And it wouldn't be that much of a big deal. When the game, white plays the attachment. This is going to fix white's shape locally. So white's hanging on to all of the stones. And black extends here and covers on the side. So again, if black continues with this move, which seems to be the strongest attack, white will jump here. And in this case, white gets, with this forcing move, white gets a ko. And this ko it's very dangerous for black too. The whole black area there is going to disappear, and black stones will be very weak. So this would be, it would depend on the ko threats, the overall position, but it would be a very desperate ko for black. So it looks like black is playing very patiently here, just taking the territory. It's going to be relatively easy for white to live. Oh, but he didn't. Okay. So locally, okay, white played this way. I would have just bumped against this here, and this would be a completely alive shape. So when white curled around here, and black played this move, black is refusing to answer directly. J8. Oh, yes. That was a timing that, okay, and W. Zhang is asking, did white miss the timing with G18 when white played J8? That's actually a fairly hard question to answer. So that would be this position where white played here. This is a pretty important move in the center of the board, but I would have at least considered playing this move because this is a really big move. It potentially it's going to reinforce white's position on the lower side. And it's asking black a question. Is black going to be stubborn and play something like this? Is black going to play here? In which case there would still be, for instance, things like this happening at some point with white cutting black off if white gets a strong enough position in the center of the board. So there is a bit of aji there. Or black could play this move, which is fully connected, but it's sort of a painful move to play when black's not really accomplishing anything with that move. So that would be painful. Just the fact that black's choice here is so difficult. And of course, if black leaves it, then white can, this is almost like a double Atari. White's going to capture one of those two black groups. So that's a move that I would want to play. I would like to play that move right now. And once this stuff has started in the lower right area, there is the potential that white will not have the chance to play that move. All these great questions. Okay, instead of R3, did I answer that one? Yes, I agree with Conscious Breaks, who asks if instead of R3, that's White's move in the upper right corner. Instead of that, White should have played something in the center. That would have been the reasonable move. Grabbing territory like this is something that KJ likes to do. I think it's kind of a typical move, and while computers will be giving it a bad score, I assume, it's something that he does. He's used to doing it, and it puts pressure on the opponent. So, in the human context, I think it's a feasible way of doing it. Okay, M11. Oh, the black move at M11. Thomas Chambaz wants me to talk about the move at M11 that looks a bit slow. And I think it looks a bit slow to me. It must be his style. Shin Minjun's style. I'm not so sure about his style as I am of KJ's. It is a very slow move. It's partly a style thing. It's also, I think, an indication that Black is pretty happy at this point. It's probably still a very close game, but he seems to be satisfied with the position. He's just separating these two White groups, hoping to squeeze White on the lower side. So this is sort of establishing all sorts of forcing moves against the lower side White group, and also clearly separating it from the center. It wasn't really a necessary move from Black's point of view, because all of the Black stones are fairly strong. So I would not have played that move. For instance, if Black had played this one first, then obviously the lower right corner area is a strong position for Black. It's a territory already. Black will not have to worry about eyes. And Black's position in the center of the board is pretty strong too. And I don't really think Black needs to reinforce either of those areas. So I wouldn't like that move either. Right? It's a kind of move that people play when they think their position they have an advantage. And it does have the advantage that it clearly establishes all of these forcing moves. And so Sam A says there's a very fine line between patient and slack, and that's so true. It's a fine line that is hard for professional Go players to find even. So it sometimes it's just the kind of mood you are in that day. But when moves like this are properly used, they form a solid base for Black to play more active moves later in the game, because Black has such a strong reinforced position. So it really depends on how you use the move. If you play solid moves like this throughout the game, then some of them are going to be wasted. But strong players can play a solid move like that and then use that accumulated strength to play something very aggressive later. So White curls around here. There is thank you, Frank Lee. I've gotten a present from Frank Lee. Thank you. So there's a potential problem with this move that White just played. And I would have simply lived on the side with this move. With this move. Because this is 100% alive. It's a living shape. I would have felt much happy playing here. When White plays the game move, locally this White group is not alive. Black can play here, and I would assume this is forcing. And when Black plays this way, White's going to have to make the second eye somewhere in the center, and can probably manage to do it with something like this. So it's not as if it's going to die. It's not as if it's really going to die, but there is a bit of an issue there that's remaining, which I would not like to have. So black now attacks strongly. Black is building that territory. This is a move that looks like black is just building that territory in the center area. And the Hane. And black can afford to have a cutting point there, I think. But white cuts it anyway. And so we're caught up to the game now. Black pushes here. So in the center, these last few moves that black played. Thank you, Kappa Kea. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Oh, Fox commentary agrees with my judgment. Okay, that's good. And now black is playing very strongly in the center. And I think that move that black played at M11 is, in a way, it's helping black play this aggressive way in the center. And so black's putting a lot of pressure on white here. There's the cut at K8. So if white plays something like this, black would extend in the center. And this would be good for black. So white has to find something fairly active here to make use of these stones in the center. So finally, oh, Stephen, hello. Welcome to the live stream. The E10 C10 exchange. The E10 move was really mystifying me. White was, okay, let's go back to that. Now I've caught up to the game. Let's go back to that and take another look at it. Now this move, I think white was partially, white was thinking of this, aiming at this cut here, which is going to be a forcing move, and this cut here. So white had these two cuts that white was looking at. And so to start with, I think that white move was a ladder breaking move. So let's try cutting here first. Same variation as the game. This is probably going to be a ladder. Yes, the ladder works for black. So that's not working. And so white plays this move. I think it's the direct meaning is that it is a ladder breaking move. So when black plays here, white can cut here. But I think the whole variation here was not so good for white, because white, having made that exchange of E10 for black C10, all white got was that one stone on the left side, and black has a connected shape. I don't think it's worth it for white, because it cost a tempo, and black got to play on the right side, even though the computer prefers black playing here. And in the game, black, let's see if I got that right. Yeah, black played one closer to the corner. That's a fine difference. I think the point value is not so big. White's going to invade somewhere anyway. So black is playing fairly solidly here, and I get the feeling that black is feeling that he has an advantage. Yeah. So let's just take a look at the position here. So here we are. I think white's going to probably have to continue in the center. I think maybe white's strongest move would be to play something like this, asking black if black wants to play an Atari or not. If black cuts now, then white would have to return to this side. Maybe this move actually. It would give white more strength towards the center. And then white would be escaping with those stones in the center. So in this case, white would have that extra eye capturing the one black stone. So it looks like that white group is probably going to be okay. It's either going to connect up to the, for instance, the upper right corner group, or it's going to make, it still has some potential to make two eyes. And if black immediately connects, then maybe white's going to sacrifice that one stone, something like this. And if black plays here, white can play here and here. And this would probably be okay. So I would say that maybe white's going to play here just to sort of probe and ask how black is going to answer that. I'd say that black had a good position, but now that they've started fighting in the center, everything is going to depend on this fight. For most of the middle game, I think black had an advantage, and when I did look, Katawa was giving black a good score. But that's not going to make any difference, really. It's all going to happen in the fighting in the center now. And just one very small mistake will turn everything around. Is L10 a valid move? Asks Yang Si. A double Hanet. I think that must be the same move they're talking about. Okay. So it's white playing here. That looks like it could be a move. Now, if black pulls back here, that exchange actually is probably an improvement for white when white plays here. Something like this. Okay. Yeah, that's a good question from James Sedgwick. So I'll talk about that next. But so I think if white plays this move, if I were black, I would want to play this way. Or maybe this way. And if white pushes through, black can play here and here. And it could be a bit complicated, but it looks like white's not going to be able to. For instance, at this point, white would have to back off here. And would push here through here. This is getting a bit messy. Let's see, maybe this way. This would be exciting. Maybe a bit dangerous for black. Black's on it could be in trouble on the lower side. So let's back off and take another look at that move. Yeah, so I guess it's a move worth considering. Does it look like black's short on territory? Well, white has 15 points in the lower left corner. This is Conscious Breaks asking if white lives. Is black going to be short on territory? So let's go back to this position, saying the lower left corner is about 15 points, the upper left corner is about 10 points, and the upper right corner is about 10 points for the time being. So that's 35 points for white, plus the lower side. Black has more than 15 points in the lower right corner, so I'd say that adds up to the upper right to make 20 points, and then the rest is pretty indefinite. So white has almost 40 points, and black has 20 points plus the potential. So yes, if white lives with everything, then black's going to be behind in territory. And James Sedgwick was asking about the move at L3. So I'll go into that now. Black pushing, oh sorry, can't do it with white. Let's say white just plays something like this and like this, just for argument's sake. When black plays here, white has one eye on the side there, and so it should be reasonably easy for white to do something like this and make another eye in the center. So I think it's going to be okay. For instance, this kind of thing. Let's see, is this going to work? For instance, if white plays, is this going to work? Yeah, I think this works. No, it doesn't. Just wait a minute. Let's see, I better fix this one. Maybe white has to start with this, something like. Well, I guess white would play here anyway, because white has that push, this weakness here that black has to answer. And then, of course, it would be okay. So it's not going to die very easily. I'd say that would be my answer. So white simply extended in the center. Instead of M3. Yes. And that was a good question. But it takes the game back a bit. Cyphus asks that maybe the variation where black plays L3 instead of M3. And when black does it, after white has played that move at N15, then white's probably going to wedge here. And it's not going to be so good for black because of the cut here. And it looks like black cannot make this work. Yeah, this doesn't look so good for black. So, if before white had played that move at N5, this was a move that was a strong attack. So this move, with white playing here and black playing here, would have been a stronger way to attack. With the cut here on the second line. And cutting off the stones in the corner. So that was something black had to look forward to. But when white played that move on the fifth line, that pretty much got rid of that threat. Is there a way to use the F15 Aji for white? That's W. Zhang again, asking about that. And the F15 Aji, it depends on how secure black is in the center. So what we're talking about here is the Aji with the cut here. And there is Aji there. There's the potential there. Black has an eye on the lower side. If black takes that one white stone, black will be alive on the lower side. So it's going to take a lot of work to make this function for white, because if this black group on the lower side is pretty much connected up to the center, then black would be able to add something to the left side, something around here, and put more pressure on white in that area. And so it's not necessarily moving forward for white. White probably needs a slightly more strong position. And that all depends on what happens in the center here. So for instance, if black starts with this move, and somehow these black stones get cut off, then it would be something that white would be considering at some point. So for instance, like this, and with the threat of pushing through in the center and cutting black off, would be a bit more forceful. But even then, white might want to be doing stuff on the other side first, like escaping out first. YouTube watching gave me a present. Thank you. So it's black's turn here. It looks like the only move I would really seriously consider at this point would be black extending in the center. It seems like this is pretty much forced. So I could, at this point, I could take questions, or I could go back to the beginning of the game and go through the moves once more. So last chance for anyone who wants to ask a question about the position as it is right now. H8? Oh, a lot of questions. Good. With who's winning? That's a good question. I would like to know. I would still feel okay playing with black, but a lot depends on successfully attacking white in the center. So that's Gabriel Gonzalez asking who's winning. What happens if black extends at H h8 instead, and that was Derek Neal, and it's probably um, let's see. I think the question might be about g8. Yes, because black has a stone at h8 already. White's going to play a honey against that, and this is considered to be bad shape for black when white has played at the head of two stones, and these two black stones are going to have shortage of liberties. And so like this, it's just a more confined shape for black and a stronger shape for white. So I think that black's better choice would be, oh, black's already extended. So black did extend in the center. Okay. Cyphus has missed the beginning, so he's going to be happy for more. Let's go. No, I'm not ready to have another break yet. No. I'll give you a bit more time before I do that. C6. Why C6, C7, C8 not played yet? So C6 would be... I'm afraid I don't really understand that move. Maybe it's... Okay, G9. Where's G9? Okay, starting with B6, can black try to kill G9? So we're talking about the white group in the center here. It's not so easy. So we're talking about this move, which is a forcing move for black that black can play at some point, and something like this. It doesn't look so simple for black to try to kill white here. It's going to be a bit tricky. There's some bad aji in the center of the board too. And actually, I think that playing this exchange on the second line here is probably not always good in a position like this, where black could play here, and in some cases would have forcing moves from the center. So when black's trying to make an attack on white in the center here, maybe better not to play that exchange on the second line. I think I like that better, even though it's not so much territory. The rightmost few pixels of chat are cut off in stream. Well, yeah, sorry about that. I'll get it right next time. I don't want to fiddle with that at this point. I hope I'll get it right next time. I mean, anyway, yeah. So, Josher815 was asking just a general question about how AI is affecting game rules, like Komi amount, China versus Japan rule set. That's an interesting, I find that interesting question. I'd say that with 6.5 points, most AIs seem to start giving black a pretty good score, and then if you do it with 7.5, it's usually good for white. And so I'm sort of getting the idea that maybe 7 points is the perfect Komi, but we don't like to do that in professional tournaments because we don't like to have draws. So we're sort of stuck with either 6.5 or 7.5, and getting points scores like Katago can give you a point score for the game. Getting those scores like in the beginning of the game it's still sort of weird for me. I have respect for Katago, and I sort of guess that it's got to be true, but it's sort of like black magic for me even now. And so, and I'm not really sure how valuable that is for us in a middle game position if the computer tells us that Black has 1 point ahead. I'm not sure how much we learned from that. And so basically, my opinion has sort of changed to say that it doesn't really matter because um, people, I think the emotions people have and the mood they are in that game, the way the quality of their play, how much sleep they had last night, those factors actually have a stronger effect on the game than 1 point of Komi. 1 point of Komi usually doesn't um, make much difference. Um, Pirate Dunkelbart asks how much punishment should be if a pro uses AI in an online tournament. It's a really difficult question, but since computers are clearly stronger than top pros, yes, I think it should be a severe punishment. And the various professional organizations are finally realizing the potential, and they have their own system. So I'm not really going to go into too much detail because the various countries do have slightly different ways to handle it. I think Yangtze says like a ban for a year. I think that there has been an actual case where that happened. Um, yeah, for a year or so. The 13-year-old who was suspended for a year. Um, Obviously, it's a complicated situation, but I think that it's really an important thing. Okay, let's get back to the game. Yes, I do still play competitive matches, but less games now, partly because there are so many delays because of the virus, the COVID-19 virus. Um, and so that slowed things down. And I'm probably sort of switching gears to be more of a teacher now, but I'm still participating in the tournaments. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of the game and take a look at the first moves. So this was a fairly common opening here. And it's fairly common now to play the high shimari. The low shimari here is less popular than it used to be. Players also play the the two-space high shimari. So this is um, various things that people do. People who don't like to be so loose in the corner, it's perfectly okay to play the high shimari like here, the high corner enclosure. And so this is a pretty common opening. It's become sort of standard. And black does have the choice of playing down here once. And white would probably push here. Um, but this would be a more territory-oriented approach. When black curls around here, taking sente, so this is a more speedy move. Um, and also it has potential to expand into the center. So it's a more active move, you might say. And black switches the upper left corner. And this Joseki choice by white is when white is saying that the upper side is not so big, and white is more emphasizing the corner territory and the left side. And I think that with that solid white group on the upper side, yes. Oh, okay. Pirate Dunkelbart, that was a pretty important question, actually. Do I think this Joseki is better than the slide? So this move here has pretty much disappeared from professional plays, almost disappeared. And the difference is very subtle. So it's not a big deal. I think it's still okay to play this move. But people don't because they get a bad score. People, even professionals, don't like to get a bad score from the computer. And so, yeah, this is pretty much very normal play, I'd say. Um, oh, sorry about that. Pirate Dunkelbart was talking about the Joseki at the top left, maybe. And so comparing it with the knight's move, so that's this move. And black would play here. In this case, white's follow-up would be moves, for instance, like this is a common follow-up, and there's a tendency for white to be building towards the upper side. So in this game, white doesn't really want to build the upper side. It's not very big. That direction is relatively small. So maybe I got it, understood the question this time. Just ask me again if that wasn't right. So white's saying the upper side is not so important. And I agree with that because this white group in the upper right, that white group in the upper right is pretty strong. Yeah, so this was the big surprise for me that black chose this timing to play here. I think a normal move would have been somewhere on the right side, after which white would play here. And actually, Katago was saying that black should play at this point now. Is N16 an alternative for J17? N16 is probably an alternative. Like, actually, that's something that I did not look up with Katago. But computers really like to play this attachment. In this game, black would probably play here. Maybe this one. There is a Joseki like this. It's a bit uncertain for white, actually. The ko here, there's really no good way for the players to settle this ko. And it's going to take black 3 moves to kill the corner. So just taking the ko, it's not going to be a direct ko usually. And white also is looking to play a ko by cutting on the second line. So it's a very volatile position here. Very difficult to follow up. I've played it a number of times with white, and I've decided I don't really like it very much for white. It's a very thin position for white. Otherwise, white can play this way without that. Play this way. But this would probably be fairly good for black. Black would add a stone to the right side. See, maybe here. I think this looks okay for black. So maybe it's a move I like to play. I think it's okay to play the extension. In general, these extensions do not get good scores from computers. But when I was looking through the opening with Katago, there was no blip there. It didn't really seem to change the score very much. Conscious Breaks asks if the top was small, why did black invade at the 3-3 point? As white can force that Joseki. Well, locally, people are saying that this Joseki in the upper left is a profit for black because black has sente, black has the tempo, and can play again to some other part of the board. And so it's a kind of a compromise for white. White is taking a local loss to get stones in the right direction. And people just dive into the 3-3 point today. It's the direct 3-3 point that's just so popular. I think that black in this case, Shin Mingjin is considering that exchange there on the upper right is a profit for black. Yeah, so Derek Neal has it right. The Joseki that white chose gave sente black to black, and also black can approach the lower left corner. So black is keeping sort of control of the game. So black plays here. This is an asking move, asking if white wants to play on the left or to play on the right. I sort of miss the times without three, when people didn't jump into the through 3-point. That's Pirate Dunkelbart asking me. Because I do like to play the star point, and it's changed the way the game develops so much. It's because people just jump into the through 3-point. It makes it very different. But I'm learning to enjoy the difference. Maybe I'll change to the 3-4 point anyway. So black plays this attachment. So if white plays on the left side, this is going to give black more opportunities to build up black's area on the right half of the board. Attacking the left with at c10 is probably not a very big move. That's Sam A. So going back to moves, extending here, since white has such a solid position in the upper left corner, it's basically just territory. So black would probably play something like this. And if white plays here, black already has a living shape. And if white plays here, then black is still one move away from living and has this peep to look forward to. So it should be no problem for black. So it's not a very strong attack. In fact, I think if I were trying to attack that black group with white, I would probably start with this move. And if black extends, I would play here. But in any case, surrounding that left side from a corner that is already very solid is probably not so efficient. So I'd say it's a bit premature to attack with c10. Okay, back to the game. So black plays here, and white countered that by playing very strongly here. So white's going to let black into the lower side, but is going to try to attack that black group. And in the process of moving out into the center, white is going to reduce black's potential on the right side of the board. So white jumps out. And black played here. Black is sort of trying to put pressure on white in the lower left corner. So white could have just played like this. And this would have been a very solid way to play. But instead, white tries to attack first with this move. And black bumps against. So black is keeping the connection there so as to reinforce black's stones on the lower side and put pressure on white in the corner. And here. And again, with this move, black is trying to set up an attack on the corner with something like this, taking away white's eye space. So black has played a forceful move towards the right, and this exchange in the center of the board is going to be good for white locally, but well, towards the right half of the board it's going to be good for white because white is reducing black's moyo there, but there's going to be a real profit in the corner when black starts to attack white here by taking away white's eye space. So white answered on this side. And at this point, black is starting to have good scores with the computer program. And the reason that I attach to that, the reason I think it is that white probably should have played here, putting more pressure on black's connection there. And if black wants to connect solidly, black has to play this hanging connection, which is a move that gives white various forcing moves, various forcing moves. For instance, when this is forcing, it's going to make a difference towards the center of the board. And white will have no trouble, white will probably push here actually. White will have no trouble moving out towards the right side. So maybe this would have been a little bit better. And Katago didn't like this move. But this move was actually worse. And it does look like a kind of a clunky move. It's a tesuji sometimes. But when white plays the tari here, there's that black stone at e14, which is wasted, basically. It's a bad shape, an empty triangle shape. black's shape is not so good. So because of that, maybe not in this case, and white's hanging connection here, that's a great shape. And it gives white a living shape in the corner. Yeah, bumping his own head. Yeah. So, yeah. So black plays the Atari and pushes through. And I really don't understand why black did not play this once. I think it might have been a bit better. But it's also subtle. There's some potential with the peep on the other side, I guess. And white cut here, which I don't really agree with. But this is related with that stone that white played at e10. So that stone on the fifth line was a ladder breaking move. I wouldn't go to all that trouble. I would have just curled here. And black properly plays here. And now white has a potential connection on the second line and can do something towards the right side. So it's just that one area that black has in the left central area, and white has gained a tempo to attack black's right side moyo. As a game plan, this looks okay to me for white. Rick Rubenstein is saying it's a pity that the server doesn't allow me to draw on the board. I will be switching to OGS where I can use more tools to do that. Actually, this LG Cup took me by surprise. I hadn't realized it would be today. And so I just had a few hours to prepare for this. I wasn't set up to change to OGS yet. So I'm just using something that I've done before, I'm used to using. And in the future, I hope to be changing to OGS, which does have better tools for me to do that. Sedgwick says that fine art showed one, but then the black tanuki. That's an interesting thing. But in any case, I would play white one anyway. And if black plays away, then white always has this move moving out into the center. So there's some. This looks okay for white too. I'd say this looks okay. And so this strange move, losing points on the left side. White did get to cut there. I don't think it's worth it for white. So I would want to play with black at this point. I would like black better than white. But this is a point where Katago did not like the point that black chose on the right side. And I would say that this is better. In the game, black played, well, this sort of let white in. And then KJ plays this move. This is the KJ style, I think. And black is attacking a bit. And so we get to this fight in the center of the board. So black extended in the center, white connected. This takes away white's eye space. And I think the idea here is to asking white how white's going to make two eyes in the center of the board. So, for instance, white might try something like this to make two eyes. And probably black's planning sort of to use that exchange to connect up in the center. So white counters with this. Okay. And pushes through. Okay. And extends. So white is making an eye there in the center of the board. And black has to add a stone to completely cut white off. So, for instance, black could do that by playing on Atari here and bumping against here. And that would be threatening to capture a few white stones on the right side of the board. Okay. Uh, Dusk Eagle is asking a good question. Is playing R7 the usual response to the attachment at Q7? Or can you consider the honey on the top? So just to look at this position once more, I'd say this white's building eyes here and has cut off the black group. Maybe white has some potential there. But black is holding together. So this is black's plan. Basically, by playing by taking away white's eye space on the side with this exchange, black was sort of provoking white to play this sequence in the center. Yeah, and in that position, I think that was with the Liberty open the way I did it. I think it was alive. So to go back to that question that Dusk Eagle was asking about this, is it customary for black to play the Hane on the second line? And the answer to that is not always. But when you look at that line of black stones black has in the upper right corner, black has a very strong position towards the center. So if black chooses to play this move on the top, then that would be slightly over-concentrated. It would be sort of superfluous with those black stones that are lined up on the fourth line in the upper right corner. So this is a case, well, playing a Hane on the top should be it should be the default reaction when your opponent has played an attachment against the third line. It's a very natural response to want to play a Hane on the top. But when black has this wall here, it's actually better to play the Hane underneath because this is the territory move that's taking away white's eye space. Taking away white's eye space is more important in this case. So it always depends on the context, on the board position. So here we are catching up to the game. Yes, playing away from thickness is, and don't play too close to thickness is the proverb, and that applies to your own thickness as well as your opponent's thickness. So white cuts here. Oh, black played that move. This is going to be forcing. So white will probably answer here. It looks like black's going to try to continue with an attack on white's stones in the center of the board. So if we look at this black group, the white group here, okay, let's say white plays here. I think when black has left a liberty open like this, then the white group is already alive. So for instance, black, So for instance, black could start with this, but this exchange would have a weakness. And that there's always this move for white. So black has to be careful of those liberties there. Also, the moves like this, you can see white has an eye. So it's pretty much alive. Cutting off the G16 group is not going to make that much territory. So I'm sort of doubtful about that. Basically, black has... when black tries to surround territory in that area, first of all, there's a bit of bad aji, which is going to be troublesome. For instance, if black plays a move like this... Oh, sorry, this white's turn. Yeah, let's get rid of those moves. If black plays a move like this, it looks sort of like it's not even... I'm not even sure it's working. So for instance, white could play here and do stuff like this, and it could be troublesome for black. Black's not really getting anything out of this. Yeah, so white did answer there. Okay, conscious breaks is giving us the time. Black has 1 hour and white has, I suppose that's the remaining time. The white has 35 minutes. G7. I think black's going to try to surround the white group. In this area in the center of the board, actually, if black doesn't do anything at all, then white will have trouble making two eyes in the center of the board. So if black can play something like this and make it difficult for white to connect up, then there is potential for black to um, attack white on a large scale. Black would like to attack white in the center, but black has to cut it off first. So I would say actually playing this move, not only does it cut white off, it is fairly big as far as territory is concerned. So um, I would want to play this way with black if I'm focusing on that white group. I would want to play this way. Steve Cooney is asking, have I streamed on Twitch? Not well. I have streamed on Twitch with AGA on their Twitch channel. I haven't streamed on my own channel yet. Um, I'm doing a lot of things I've never done before in the recent months, and I'm taking things one at a time. So sometime in the future, maybe I'll start streaming on Twitch. That's something I've considered and could be happening. Yes, I agree with Derek Neal that everything depends on the fight in the center. So it's hard to say who's winning at this point. So okay, we're back to the game variation. Black jumped here, and white attaches here. So what is white trying to do? This is if black plays on top. Something like this would be the most exciting variation. Something like this would be the most exciting variation. I would like to see something like this. Yes, when I went to Singapore, actually, um, I talked with I talked with someone from Twitch who was encouraging me to um, do that also. It is a completely, I think on the most, it's a different group of people. It'll be interesting at some point to try that. Yeah, the Queen's Joseki Netflix series. Yes. Um, let's get back to the game then. So white attached. A more calm way for black to play against this would be to play a hane on the top, hane underneath. This would be the more calm way. Maybe black would play this at some point. This is a move that you sometimes see in positions like this, where black is inviting white to do something like this, and black is going to cut white off with this kind of variation. This would be bad for white at this point if white played this way. So I think black has a choice here of the calm way to play or the more active hane on the top. This would be the more exciting way to play. That b5, b4 exchange that black played towards the upper left corner W. Zhang is asking about that. If black was just going to play f7, which is the game move to jump in the center, um, was that a good exchange? So sometimes that black stone can become very useful. And for instance, if you wait too long, uh, let's just make a variation where it might not be in time. So if something like this happened, there are some cases where white can answer on the top like this. And so it's important that black plays it first before white can play something like this. So I think it was well timed for black to play this before black started the attack in the center. Okay, suddenly a lot of comments here, yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, yes, YSF and Memories is thanking me for trying all these new things. I'm actually having fun, but it is quite a lot of a challenge. Yes. Vu Viet Ang, I hope I pronounced that right, is saying he's a long follower here. And yes, I will continue to stream and do more work. Yes, yes. Okay, I'm caught up now. So I think the b5 b4 exchange is good for black in this case. Yes. And white continued here, and black played this. So black chose this point to play here. And if white answers like this, of course it's a slight, it's an extra stone that towards the center. So it's a useful exchange for black. White is sort of tempted to play the cut here, after which black can get actually a number of stones towards white's center group. So playing here, although it might be a bit of a, if you haven't seen it before, surely you find it a bit surprising to see that stone. It's actually a fairly commonly played move. It's a tesuji. Thanks for the idea, Safari Yatag. Make Go more popular in the West is a good idea. I'm just learning one thing at a time, so I'll be getting there eventually. Cyphus is saying he would feel uncomfortable as white, and I agree completely. But actually, KJ gets into positions like this fairly commonly, so maybe he's feeling not so bad about it. So I think that black has to choose his attack in the center. Yes. KJ almost always makes you feel uncomfortable. This is his style. This Cypher is saying that KJ makes him feel uncomfortable. He plays a dangerous game, and he's really good at handling these groups. He has a lead in territory. I think KJ is trying to escape. So that was Rick Rubenstein asking what kind of a result is White hoping for. He's hoping to save the group and win with more territory. I think that's the idea that KJ has here. YSF memories. Do I think that AI has made the gap between Japanese top pros and Chinese Korean top pros smaller because now they have access to the best training partners? I'd say that could be true of some of the younger players. Players like Ichiriki and well, mostly Ichiriki. Some of the players are doing better than before in the international tournaments. But I think the fact that the Chinese, for instance, still have such a large pool of promising young players who are so much depends on their succeeding in Go. Basically, in China, the moment a player becomes a professional, that player is going to be really, really strong. He's going to have chances in the top tournaments. And so it's really very competitive to make it to professional level um, in China, just because of the volume of talented players they have. And Shibano Toramaru, yes, Risto Sainyo mentioned Shibano Toramaru. He's one of the strongest players in Japan. Um, he's the type of player that I would expect to have good results. But at this point, he doesn't seem to be having the best results in international tournaments. Okay, white F15. Yeah, yeah. Chinese have more people, and Go is a. I think in China, Go is a very good professional at this time, and so it's something that people want to be a professional Go player. Okay, so white dodged the fight. Black played the honey on top. So again, I'd say that black's plan here was if white cuts, black's going to play here and play like this. And cutting white off. This would be very dangerous. It looks dead for white. So white dodged here. Black captures the one stone. And white extended once. Trying to create some extra potential there. Probably if black, oops, I didn't want to do that. And probably if black connects something like this, just a flow of play, where if black is too aggressive, black will run out of, black could potentially get into trouble here on the side. So that's what white is doing with that marked stone. STP is saying hopefully Japanese players get stronger and they can start to host international tournaments again. We need more tournaments. Yes. And at this point, we do have a couple of Korean international tournaments and a couple of Chinese international tournaments, I think. Then there's Ings Cup. We could do with some more. I think I agree with Vu Viet Ang, who was saying that we're already seeing some changes in Go style. Younger players, and the players in their 20s, they have less trouble um, adapting to AI styles. Like they players like Ichiriki, even he's in his mid 20s, I think. If we're talking about Japanese players, he's an example of a player, or Shibano, who's picking up things from computers and working with them. And of course, Iyama also. Um, so the top players, a lot of the younger players. And I think that's even more true the Chinese and Korean players. Hmm. I like what YSF Memories is saying. It's impossible to purely learn from AI until AI develops general intelligence and learns to tell humans their thought process, which is going to be very alien if they do. But we do need to understand why. And I think that's really important for human learning, is that we understand why a move is played instead of just seeing the correct move. And that's a big gap in what computers are doing now. They're just giving the answer, and we have to figure out why for ourselves, which is really problematic. And even at the professional level, it's sometimes hard to tell. For beginners, of course, that would be impossible. Let's see. When black plays the Atari at C8, black is, oh yeah, of course, black is taking territory. So this is W Zhang asking, is black planning to take it to an endgame? Black is, it looks like black is going to be taking a local profit here and allow most of the white stones to escape. So this is sort of heading into a position that could be an endgame. Okay, Derek Neal has offered for me to talk about how my Patreon rewards work. Uh, there's a $50 tier for people who want to play a teaching game each month. And it's going to be um, a game set up probably on OGS. I would prefer to play on OGS. And I'm thinking of a lesson that lasts something like 90 minutes, an hour and a half. And it will start with maybe a simul, maybe a one-on-one. It depends on what the situation is for me. And then after the game, I will do a review. We can use a Zoom link to actually talk to each other about the game. So that's the plan. I'm obviously doing it for the first time, so we'll see if there's any hiccups on the way. But that's my plan to make it work. And um, so the time of the game and the time of the video lesson after the game, it sort of depends on how things develop. There's also a $5 tier and a $10 level. These two levels are for people who want to support me. There's going to be early access to some of the videos that I put out, and STF files that I use to create the videos. So white in this exchange, to get back to the game, okay. So white played this move in order to have black play this move so that white can push out here. It makes the push through move here more effective. So white has pretty much escaped at this point, I think. And it could, now the fight is going to switch to the upper half of the board. Okay, let's see if I'm catching up. Okay, Miguel Molina was reading Go World number 84. That's 20 so years ago. And I beat Chochkun. I beat Chochkun a few times, actually. I played a lot of games against Chochkun. Rick Rubenstein said it wasn't so clear in the Patreon page that I was giving a lesson every month. So I'll probably have to rewrite that. Discord is better than Zoom. Um, I do have a Discord account. Maybe I can catch up with that. Hmm. Yangshi is asking, do I speak Mandarin? Not really. Sometimes I try, but I don't do a very good job. Okay. W Zhang thinks I'm undercharging myself. That's okay. I'll see how it turns out. Do I have a favorite current professional player? Um, yeah. My favorite Japanese player is probably Iyama. He's incorporating computer moves, and he always seems to find a way of adding something of his own. And so it's interesting to see him play. It's not pure AI, but it is working with AI. So he makes a kind of a collaboration with AIs. Oh yes, and there is a PayPal link also if you want to just donate a different sum. It's past midnight for John Kirpin, so thanks for watching so late. So to the game, Black is playing a forcing move. Black is threatening. Black is threatening to play here next. Oh, sorry. So Black is threatening to play. Black would do it this way, I think, and this would cut White off. I'm not sure that would work. Yeah, yeah, this would cut Black off. It would cut White off like this. On this side, Black is okay. Um, so Black's okay on that side, even if White pushes through first. Black's winning that semi by one move. And on this side, Black can pull back once here. And so Black is probably okay. This looks a bit more frightening for Black, actually. I'm not so sure about this fight, but that is the threat. Do I think the 3-3 invasion is a good move? And that's Nyungyang Tuang Ang. Um, it depends. I don't think it's a bad move the way I thought it was before AlphaGo. I think it's a move that can be played, and most of the time I think it gives a fairly even result, which is going to be okay for AIs, and it should be okay for most professional players too. So to get back to the game, I think White would normally answer something on the left, but as we saw with that fight there, there is some potential for White. This would be a pretty big game, a big move, I think. Although actually, when White does this, Black can still get the 3 stones on the right side. So let's take a look at the territory. White has about 15 points in the lower left corner and still has maybe a bit more than 10 points in the upper left. And a few points in this lower right corner group. Jason Lee, thank you for the present. So white has something like 30 points just in those three groups. And then white has more than 10 points in the upper right corner, and probably will have a few points in the center of the board. So white has more than 40 points. Black has less than more than 15 points in the lower right area probably, and a few points in the upper right. So that's about 20 points. And the rest is not really determined yet. It's not clearly black's territory. Black should be picking up some territory there in that general area in the lower left to the center area. But yes, I would probably feel fairly happy with white at this point. I think what's going to happen here is that eventually black is going to capture, for instance, these stones on the right here. It's actually white might actually try to save them. That would make a different story. But if white, one potential trade that could happen would be something like this, which would lead to a relatively close game. Oman, Derek Neal asks about Oman. Yes, Oman is one of my favorite players. I think that he's not at his best temporary at this point. Oman has changed a lot with his study with AIs, and it's probably a change for the better, but it hasn't really had the effect that I would expect yet. So I'm looking forward to a strengthened Oman when he sort of digests the lessons. So Gabriel Gonzalez is asking, is there a minimum OGS level I prefer for teaching games? Are we talking about the time setup here? In that case, I would say that we want to play at a time that will end within the time. Otherwise, like if I'm setting a 90-minute time limit, I want it to finish so that I can talk to you a little bit after the game. So either, an OGS rank, that's not a problem. It'd probably be an unrated game anyway. So the rank or the handicap is something completely free to choose. Instead of connecting up to the upper left corner, white looks like he's trying to make eyes in the center of the board. It's very much like KJ. So if white survives here, white's going to have a big lead in territory, because now that potential territory that black had in the center of the board, that's pretty much gone too. So he's taking a lead here in territory. The question is the fact that white's not very well connected is an issue. It's going to be an issue. So it could be a bit dangerous. For instance, let's see. Let's take a look at moves that black could try to cut white off with. For instance, this kind of move. It's probably pretty dangerous for black too. For instance, in this case, white would push through here and would be able to connect up like this. So this wouldn't quite work for black. W. Zhang is asking, could white have won the endgame if he just connected at d6? And my guess is that that's going to be a fairly close game, but white would have had chances to win. So I wonder what black is trying to do with this move. Okay, so white cuts. Now let's see. It looks like white's going to have a living shape here. In this case, black would be taking the territory, but it looks like it's going to be, that's successful for white. White already has what is close to two eyes here. So white could probably play away in this case, playing something around, somewhere around here maybe. Yes, connecting at N11 is an important move. That's James Sedgwick saying that fine art seems to want to connect at N11. So when black plays here, this is putting some pressure on white in the center of the board. And let's see, that this white group on the lower side, it looks like it might be alive as it stands, actually. Let's see, so let's have white play somewhere around here. Black's strongest move would probably be this one. It looks a bit difficult for black to kill this white group. White would still have two eyes. So I think it's okay. No, maybe not. Maybe it's not okay. So if black connects there, maybe white's going to answer on this side. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so it is an issue for black to choose between this way of connecting, which would pick up a few stones potentially on the right side, or this way of connecting, which does have the follow-up move on this side. Let's see, how is this working? This actually is not completely alive. So that's not completely alive. And that's not alive either. So this would depend on the forcing move white has here, which could put black into damage murder. So it's sort of difficult for white to kill. Oh, let's see. Black did play that move. So it'll be interesting to see if KJ answers that, because I think he can survive. Because, for instance, in this case, this move, although it doesn't make two eyes on this side, it would be threatening this move. So, for instance, white could do it this way. And have this forcing move so that white would be able to make eyes in the center of the board. It looks like it's going to survive. Of course, if white has to play here, that would be an extra tempo for black to attack in the center of the board. Thank you, Nguyen Tuan Ang. I hope I'm at least close to the pronunciation. Okay, so looks like this is the game variation. White did add a stone. And now maybe black is going to try to attack white in the center. It does look like white has a fairly solid lead in territory. So again, that's 15 points in the lower left corner, and more than 10 points in the upper left corner, more than 10 points in the upper right corner. And then now white has something like 7 points in this lower right area. So that's more than 40 points. Black needs about 50 points to win the game. So black has black has more than 10 points in the lower right. Now white has this move on the right side. For instance, white can be looking forward to moves like this. This would be bad for black. And so white has some potential here to reduce black's territory on the right side. And so that black territory is not as big as it was before. Wing Tang Ang. Wing Tang Ang. That's my best try. So, yeah, so black plays here. This is cut white off, trying to cut white off in the center. So if white pushes here, what is the plan? If black plays here, white will cut. This would be the normal shape, but white does get what looks very much like an eye in the center there. H13. Okay. Mhm. Okay, so yeah, it does look like it's going to be difficult for black to catch up in territory. I was in the middle of the territory here. So that's, I was saying that white has more than 40 points and black needs about 50 points. And it looks like black does not have room to catch up in territory. Yang Xi is asking, who do I think the most promising young players in the near future? And you know, the problem is that with China, they just shoot up to the top of the professional system as soon as they become professional. So like there's this huge, I don't know how it is this year, but there's generally a large number of potential professionals, and only a few of them make it to professional. And so by the time they make it to professional, they're super strong. And so every few months, even, there's some new Chinese player that I've never heard of who is suddenly very strong. And they're learning a lot from the AIs. They don't really need to have a lot of experience in the human tournaments to be strong enough to start winning them. So they suddenly just appear at the top of the at the top. Steve Cooney is asked. Coney is asked. Paime asks, might you be able to speak a little Putonghua? And I'm sorry, but I don't even understand what language that is. So I'm sorry. I don't think so. Instead of K6, why didn't black push it M4 to cut? Now that question, Cantonese. Um, okay, that's the no. Putonghua is the Mandarin form, so it's okay. So it's the official Chinese language, right? So it's not Cantonese. Okay, I understand that. So everyone's pitching in here. Um, a number of chatters. So it's sort of the official language. Um, and yes, I understand just a little bit of Chinese, um, much less of Cantonese, and sometimes I try to say it, but I can't really speak that language. It's just I started learning to speak Chinese much too late, and I didn't put enough time into it. Um, Nguyen Tuan Ang is asking, would AI widen the gap between pro and amateur and narrow the gap between pros? Um, I think in general it's narrowing the gap because we're all starting with a very similar knowledge of the opening. Even strong amateur players also have access to that. And so I think it's just making the gap smaller. Derek Lai is asking, although I don't speak Mandarin, do I know some of the Go terminology in Chinese? And I have actually been had the experience of listening to Chinese pros discussing Go, and so I think that has given me some rudimental, some knowledge, some understanding of what they're talking about. There are some words that I can recognize when they're talking about Go, especially. So yeah, I would say I have some understanding, but the Chinese is it's a tonal language. You have to speak in the right tone sometimes, and so if I tried to speak, that would probably be where I would be saying something completely different than what I intended to say. And this is the point. It looks like the game is sort of paused here. And it's a good point for KJ. Pat asked, have I taken any levels of the JLPT? I suppose that's a test for Japanese language. I never took any official tests for Japanese language. I sort of test myself. I speak the language. I think I speak it fairly well. Um, and I can read and write too. So that's good enough for me. And I never bothered to take any tests because I'm not gonna make a business of that part of my knowledge. I'm just using it to talk about Go. Japanese pitches are pretty tricky because they have different. This is YSF Memories asking, how am I with Japanese pitch accents? And I pretty much get it, but it doesn't really matter so much because depending on where you live or where you've grown up in Japan, you have different pitches anyway. So the wrong pitch in one place is the right pitch in a different place. Xavier Savoye is asking what's my favorite Go book of all time. At the very least, one of my favorite Go books is Chochkun's Dictionary of Life and Death, and that's a book that has been copied on the net. And it goes into some of the very basic shapes and gradually makes them more complicated. So it's a good way to approach life and death problems. And so that's one of my favorite books. When I was a child, I studied Sakata's middle game, which was I think I have the title. I'm at least close to the title. And it was a book with, actually, Sagata did some of the commentaries himself. And he was talking about his middle game. He made a book about the opening also. I don't think that one made it to English. I'm not sure about that. But his middle game book was very advanced, and I was reading it as a Q player. But it was also extremely interesting. Win Tang Ang is asking, have I ever won against Lila Zero or Katago in my machine? And actually, um, I have, when I was experimenting with Manego, copycat Go, playing the same moves that your opponent does. And it was an earlier version of Katago, but I copied the moves, and it turns out that it doesn't really have a plan against Manego. And so you can copy the moves for a while until the computer plays a move in the center. So if the human has white, this is a strategy that can give the white player a chance to win. The problem is that I felt that I don't learn anything at all from doing that. So I stopped even experimenting with it. But I think that is a strategy that has potential to beat. Well, it had potential to beat computers. I don't really think it's, even at the last stages of the game, the tendency is that you're going to mess up anyway. Yangxi is asking, how do I start playing the game when it's not so popular outside of Japan, of Asia? Well, my father played the game. So how my father learned the game is a bit more of a mystery. I don't really know. He learned it from a friend. I think that he was a physicist. So I think that people in that field, there was a group of people who knew about the game, and there were people who were trying to create computer programs several decades ago and trying to teach computers how to play Go. Obviously not as strong as AlphaGo, but they managed to give the computers some rules to play by. And so there was a general interest probably in his field, and that could be how he learned. And then when I was a child, he taught me. Well, when I was a child, this is Miguel Molina asking how long. I think the question basically is, how long have I been a Q player? Actually, um, when I was a child in Santa Barbara, California, um, I didn't have so many opponents, and that made it difficult for me to proceed in the beginning. I think I was probably a Q player for a couple of years. I'm not sure. I don't even remember clearly exactly when I started playing the game. Okay, let's see if the game. Okay, sorry. The game is proceeded a little bit. So white pushed through here. Black covered. And you can see black is seriously trying to kill white here. So by pushing through in the center here, black has taken away one of white's eyes in the center and is going to try to find, oh, sorry about that. Black is going to try to find a good forcing move in the center. Oh, he beat it. He beat me to it. So he's hoping to be forcing on both sides with this move. And we'll see how it turns out. So if white answers on this side, if white answers on the left, black will play here. This looks like white's group in the center is in danger here. This is going to die probably. So that's probably not very good for white. So if white instead plays on this side. And the question is, can black kill white in the center of the board? So this would be an example of the first move I would think of. And this side is okay for black. It's I guess it's okay for black. Yeah. So like this. Maybe white would start with this. Yeah, something like that. And it's not clear that white is alive in this variation. I think maybe if white played here. And white does have this eye on this side. It looks like it's going to survive. So, so black has played here. I would suggest that white's going to be okay if white plays on the right side. I would say if white survives, then black is losing. Let's look at the territory again. White has about 15 points in the lower left and more than 10 points in the upper left and more than 10 points in the upper right and several points in the lower right area. So that's more than 45 points. Black has less than 20 points on the right half of the board and is still working on the rest of the board. I don't think that black's going to be able to catch up in territory. Maybe if black gets some really nice territory on the upper side and some extras towards the rest of the board, maybe it would be a close game. But when black needs more than 50 points to win, I think it's going to be hard to say that black is going to win. In territory, it's going to be difficult. Yeah, people are talking about chess players here. Xavier Savoy. I'm probably murdering that name. I'm sorry. Asking, what is my favorite resource on opening theory? Nowadays, I just ask my AI. I'm sorry. Sorry to those of you who don't like AIs. But yes, I just ask Katago and research it. Well, I think that actually just asking for the best move is not something I like to do. I do like to go into the variations and create variations of my own, basically sort of asking what if and seeing what the computer comes up with. Derek Mule is saying that he likes my lives, but would like to have some advanced knowledge. Yes. This one was a bit of a surprise to me also. I didn't realize that LG Cup was happening. I think there's a second game in this 3-game match coming up in maybe tomorrow, maybe a few days. I'm not even sure when it is. So I didn't have the information this time. And my plan is to give you some foreknowledge when I have it. So if anyone knows when the second game is going to happen, just put it in the chat and we can arrange to have a live on that. I think in these recent times with the COVID virus making it impossible for people to actually travel, the tournament schedules are a bit more hard to follow. It wasn't so clear what's happening with the schedule in this particular tournament even. And I think that's because they're playing online. They don't have to set the schedule as early as before, and maybe it wasn't announced like it would be usually. In the times when people actually traveled to tournaments, the whole tournament would be scheduled just to start with. But they're not doing. They don't seem to be doing it that way now. Black is still threatening white in the center of the board. If black can pick off these two white stones, so if, for instance, if something like this were to happen, maybe it could still be a close game. And black would have some potential profit somewhere around here with this kind of thing. I could try to make a close game here, but there are some issues still on the left side and on the lower right area, which could be bad for black. For instance, if black plays something like this, white can curl around here and save those stones, which has some territory attached to it. Or this way. Huh. Or this would just capture black in the center. So there's that move, and there's also this move on the right, which is also a big move. And so black also has some weak points. So I'm not even sure if this would do it. Miguel Molina is asking, was I astonished by Lisa Doll's defeat? Oh, you say I have a poker face. Well, thank you. I was pretty shocked in the first game, and I was picking up on the reaction that people um, in the room had when they were extremely shocked. And when I was doing that commentary in Korea, in Seoul, and Google was hosting the event, of course, and we were in this huge conference room, and there was something like probably about 200 people watching my commentary. And they were from the media. They weren't necessarily Go media. They were just general people who were following the event because it was actually worldwide, um, a worldwide audience that was not limited to Go players. So but there were some hardcore Korean fans who had overflown from the next door room, which was the Korean TV commentary. So there was this Korean professional who was doing a commentary in that room in the Korean language. And that room was packed. And the people who couldn't fit into that room were in my room. And they were very, very shocked when Lisa lost the first game. And it was a very long game, so it was strenuous too. And I was having a reaction after the game. My biggest shock was when I was trying to escape to my room with and I found the hallway, the elevator hall, was filled with TV crews with those huge cameras they carry around, and there was no way for me to get to the elevator, so I couldn't escape to my room to recover. And we ended up going back into the the corridors that the employees use to get around the hotel. So we passed through the kitchen on the way to escaping to our room. And when I say we, I'm talking about myself and Chris Garlick, who was helping me doing that. So I think what KJ is thinking about here is he's on one side, he's reading out the variation here as to how forcing this black move is against white's group in the center and how to respond to that. And also he's trying to calculate the score because depending on how much territory black gets on the upper side, it still has potential to become a fairly close game. Yes, so I think white probably will add a stone to the center. So this is a variation that could happen. And this would be a relatively, I think this, let's see, something like this. And then black has a difficult choice which side to protect. I guess black would play, I'm not sure. Oh, white did not play this way. So let's get back to the game. White extended here. So if white can play here and still be alive in the center, I think white's lead in territory is going to be relatively clear. Yeah, this way black is it's gonna be very difficult for black to catch up in territory. So if we assume something like this, the question is, can black capture white in the center of the board? So it's something like this. Black would probably have to play here. This could be a ko. The ko might be, so white should leave some ko threats. Let's just leave it like this. Maybe from this side. It's not clear that white can live. This looks scary. So maybe that way. If I were black, I would probably have to start with this move. Just to go through that once more. When black tries to cut white off, white can play these moves with Sente. Maybe this way. And this pushing through here is a kind of a headache for black because black cannot cover. And when white pushes through here, the whole black group is in danger here. And I wouldn't be sure it's going to be alive. I think people here are talking about dosaku. I think that since the opening was so different back then, the opening is, when you look at it from the perspective of modern Go theory, it was not perfect. So like there were differences in the opening which cannot be helped. But dosaku did have very sharp abilities in the middle game. His tactical prowess, you might say, the brilliance of his middle game was actually one of his strong points, and it was sort of overshadowed. It was sort of overshadowed by his opening ideas, which were special in themselves. But the strength in his middle game is probably the part of his game that gets higher scores, you might say, as far as the modern computers are concerned. And it was indeed, I think his ability to read out positions or his reading abilities were very high, even when we compare it to modern professionals. So it's black's turn here. Black really has to find a way to attack decisively in the center. Because when white has played this move to take away black's last hope for territory on the upper side, black is behind in territory, I think. Rick Rubenstein is asking, was Dosaku one of the first players to really understand overconcentration? Yes, yes, in YSF memories, you're right. He invented the concept of tewari, which is to compare with a position you know something about already, and you already have an opinion of who's better in that position, to compare it, and then by rearranging some of the moves. So starting with a similar position, and then fiddling with it to get the new position that you're confronted with, to reason out whether a move is good or not. And it was his idea. Actually, the idea of tewari is a bit tricky because when you rearrange the order of moves and stuff like that, it's easy to have false logic working there. But more important, he did have he sort of invented the idea of over concentration also. He liked to put his opponent in an over concentrated shape, and for the most part, his opponents didn't realize what was going on when he did that, at first at least. So what's happening here in this game is everything is depending on black's attack in the center, I think. I have trouble seeing an endgame in which black is catching up in territory. So I think black is trying to set up a decisive attack on white's group in the center of the board. Okay. Daniel Hoffman is asking, does white have to respond to J3 in the previous variation? And, that's hard to say. White could not answer it, but it would be a bit painful to allow black to play here. and white would probably answer here. And it would be a bit painful for white. Maybe white can afford that in this endgame. And it's really calculating the territory. It has to be done to answer that, to be sure of the answer to that question. But if white can follow with this move, then of course the territory would be a larger advantage for white. So white would like to be able to answer this move. But it depends on how confident one is with reading out the rest of the endgame. Okay, Conscious Breaks is asking what's my approach to time management in this position. If white can weather this final attack that black is setting up, and the way KJ is doing it, if he can survive this, he's probably going to be okay playing in overtime for the rest of the game. So I think he would just use as much time as he needs to understand the position. Hopefully 5 minutes is going to be enough. Nyung Tanghua Ang is asking about terminology in which shinogi. There's two words that the Japanese use, and when Japan spread Go to the West in the 20th century, there was a period where Japan was basically it was the only country that was actively promoting Go in the West for a period of time before China and Korea started doing that. And so there was the fact that Japan was mainly doing that spread the some of the Go terms that Japanese use. And shinogi and sabaki are probably two terms that were the most difficult to understand because they're similar concepts. Sabaki is something you do with weak stones in your opponent's sphere of influence. And it can be all sorts of things. It can be sacrificing part of the group to get a positional advantage, or it can be also, it does not necessarily involve the life and death of that group. Whereas shinogi is a position like this position in the game, where white's object is to survive and black's object is to kill that group. You would say that white is trying to achieve shinogi. So that's my best attempt to define those two terms. John Morganier is talking about the game where Takemiya spent 5 hours figuring out how to play the Avalanche. I don't think that really has much to do with Tewari. And I'm not sure what he was thinking about. He claims not to have any memory of that. So we've seen this variation in my suggestions already. And I'm not sure what black is going to do when white pushes through there at f4. Okay, he's really serious. Now the meaning of this move, the only possible meaning is that, okay, so this happens maybe. I bet black has to play here. So black is when there's a black stone that comes to this point, for instance, at some point, black is making this Atari 100%. So basically, that is what black is trying to do to get this forcing move here, which would make a difference when black does this. Okay, so it's getting a bit complicated here, but we'll assume that white can get rid of this black eye. Let's do it this way, maybe, and or just leave it. And then when black plays here, black has another forcing move here. So there's a potential ko here on the upper side for black's second eye. So we're just assuming that white can take away that eye that's right next to 13, because there is an issue like when black plays this move, there is the issue of this ko here, which could be, it looks like potentially white can take away that eye. And of course, if black plays here, white pushes through. And the idea is that if white captures this black stone, maybe white's going to be able to make two eyes. Just because this move on the left is going to be a forcing move, because if black plays away, white can curl around here and win the race to capture. So white has these forcing moves, and if white can capture that stone next to 13, looks like white can probably make a life. So black is trying to establish this extra forcing move. It looks like it could develop into a ko there on the upper side when black plays here and white takes the ko to take away that eye. But at this point, white has no choice but to connect here. And that ko really looks very worrying for black too. So it's really, once black has played here, it's even more difficult for black to catch up in territory. Okay, this is, I'm pretty sure it's Shin Minjun. Did I say Shin Jin So? Yeah. The wrong photo? Sorry about that. There's a photo on the thumbnail where the thing you click when you get to the video. When you come to YouTube, there's a video that there's a little it's called the thumbnail that you click when you open the video. Maybe I put the wrong picture on that one. I'm not sure at this point. So in any case, I'll check that later. The thumbnail is something that I can change at a later date. Oh, the thumbnail is correct, they say. Okay. That's good. They're both very strong Go players, so maybe it's easy to make a mistake there. Mm-hmm. Shi is a fairly common name, I think, in Korea too. It's not as common as Kim, maybe, but it's still a common name. And Park. Park is, that's Sean saying that Park is, I think he means that Park is also a very common name. So, like, yeah, if you look at some of the top Korean Go players, you see a number of Parks and a couple of Shins, and there's Kims all over the place. Yeah. So I'd say black's idea. Black has no choice but to try to kill this white group. Yes, Constance Briggs is asking. People were talking about misclicks, and I was asked. As Constance Briggs is asking me, have I had experiences with misclicks with online games? And the answer is yes. Fairly early in the game, I misclicked and played a stone on the first line, and so that was pretty upsetting. Um, and actually, after that, it messed up my opponent too because actually I came back and had a leading position later in the game. Um, but that I think that's just part of the thing. If you're going to play online using a computer, there will be misclicks sometimes. Yeah, I have upcoming games. Um, Tournaments go on all the time, so yeah, I have upcoming games. It's not a question of me being good, but the other player messing up. So it's Black's turn. Black really is spending some time here. I wouldn't be surprised if Sheen is going to use his remaining time to try to find some way to kill White because it looks like it's going to be very difficult. That's an idea. D7, yes. Okay, so for instance, just to go back a few moves, I was suggesting White would play in this order of moves because I wanted to establish the forcing move here. Um, and in actual play, White pushed through here. And it means that Black does have the option of playing this way with the hope of stopping White from having that forcing move. It turns out that doesn't quite work because this is still a forcing move. So if White plays here and Black plays on this side, it still will be a forcing move against the Black stone. So I guess it doesn't really make much difference. Okay, so Black is going after this White group. And White will have to answer that, after which Black still has to play on the left side. So I'm expecting some. Let's just fill this anyway, just to fill Liberty. And White has something that looks like it's going to be an eye in the center, but it's not 100% yet. And Black has this. I still don't know what Black's going to do about this. This would be another case where, for instance, if White does something like this, having that Atari being a forcing move at 8 would make a big difference. Yeah, so this would be, maybe it would be a ko. Yes. Maybe not. So let's see. Maybe this way. It looks like it's going to be a ko of some kind, which would be not so good for black, I think. So black answered this way. Okay. It's the same meaning, basically. Capturing that white, maybe a bit better as far as territory is concerned. Yeah, white pushes through. Um, okay, YSF Memories is asking, how does one qualify to participate in the NHK Cup? Well, let's deal with the small groups first. There's a number of female players who qualify by having one of the female titles in Japan. There's a few female titles, and so they qualify. That makes a handful of females who qualify by that alone. And then there's a set of players from Kansai Keen, which is the other organization that is based in Osaka, the western side of Japan. And they have their own number of players who participate. So that's a separate set from myself. So two separate sets. The female players, I'm not exactly sure how many players from the Kansai Keen come. I think it depends on how well they do in general in that tournament, and probably in other tournaments also. So that could be a number that changes. So there's probably there's going to be 51 games in all throughout the year that are played on NHK. That's the Japanese TV tournament. And so there's about 50 players. And I wouldn't be surprised about 20 of them are taken up by these two subsets that I just talked about. And so I would have to be within the top 30 prize winning players. So it's in the final, in the end, it's prize money, the prize money ranking within Japan. Europe is waking up this early. Let's see, it's waking up. I guess it's something like 8 o'clock in Europe. In for instance, the west side of Europe, I guess it would be something like 8 o'clock, 8:30. Um, how long is Byoyomi in this game? The overtime. Um, I would expect it to be 40 seconds. That's unusual. Usually it's either 30 seconds or a minute. And recently it's changed. A lot of the time it's 30 seconds, but maybe 40. I didn't have much information on this game before I started. Not playing G7 it's probably better not to play that exchange. That would change how it turned out. Pushing through immediately is the strongest move for white. And this looks like it's I think the best scenario for black is going to be a ko of some kind on the upper side. And I think that's going to give white opportunities to maybe live in the center or get a good position anyway. Oh, okay. YSF Memory says that Korean national tournaments are all 40 seconds per. So that's over time. LG Cup is a Korean held tournament. Yes, that's true. Mhm. Um, that said, maybe they have different rules for international tournaments. In this case, I don't know. Yeah, so I'm still thinking that black is going to pull back here. And if we have something like this happen, It could easily become this ko, um, but it looks a bit painful for black. White still has some ko threats, and it looks like black is running out. So maybe white could play something like this. It doesn't look good for black. White's eye in the center of the board. This is Cyphus asking about an eye in the G11 area. And white's eye in the center, white can make an eye in the center of the board, but white will not be able to make two eyes. So basically, um, it's difficult for white to live outright. But if black is going to be living depending on a ko on the upper side, then the general idea is that it's going to be very, very difficult for black to win the game. And yes, people are discussing the size of the ko. In a ko like this, if we say that the ko, just as an example of what I think might happen, when you have a ko like this on which that whole black group is depending, that is a heavy ko for black. It's a very dangerous ko for black, and the fact that this whole black group is liable to die, it makes it too big. So black would not win even if black captured. It would be this group towards the lower side that would be potentially captured. That would not be good enough. And Pirat Dunkelbart is asking, did black have to play that aggressively to land in this situation? Black was falling behind in territory during the attack on white's center, and the fact that white cut black at it was h9 in the center and managed to escape with that group. Um, that was the point where white started to pull ahead in territory. White was just not giving anything to black, and black's attack here it doesn't seem to be working very well. It doesn't seem to be functioning like it should. It still depends on this final battle that they're having on the upper side. Mm-hmm. Yeah, black pretty much had to pull back here. So this was the game move. And the move I've been showing you in the variations is this one. I think this looks like the move to play. If black pushes through here, it's going to be difficult. Let's see. This way. Okay. So if black pushes through here, white's going to play here anyway. And it's the same story. Looks like it's going to be a ko. Um, People are talking about time zones here. Yeah. So Florida has two. Saif is asking, so between G11 and G7, capturing the F7, I think I understand that. Um, we're talking about White's position in the center of the board. Um, White doesn't really have an eye yet, but White can make an eye there if White spins a move. Oh, White is curled around. So the meaning of this move is that White is going to kick from the left. No, no, no. White is not going to kick from the left. White is going to cut, maybe. Oh, White played. This was quick. Yeah, White is going to cut and make that a false eye. And he's trying to kill the black group without a call. So the idea here is that when black captures, black has to take the stone. And when this happens, when black connects here, White's going to take away this eye in the center of the board. This was probably decisive. Because black's position here, this is short as far as liberties is concerned too. It doesn't have so much in the ways of liberties. So for instance, let's see. So White played that move in the center there, just to make sure White is thinking of the fact that it's going to turn into a race to capture. So it looks like White's going to capture this black group in a race to capture. There could be a call happening at the end of it, but it looks like that's going to be good for White. So yeah, so this is the game variation. It's the same as what I was showing you now. And if black plays on this side, White plays here. So suddenly we see, I think I'm seeing that KJ is playing more quickly than before. And my guess is that that's a sign that he's calculated. He's satisfied that he's calculated. Yes, I-17 should have been I-16. I think that sounds right. This was so decisive. Black should have played this move here, in which case White would have to take away the I by playing here. And let's see, Black plays here. And that White's not going to take the I that way. Maybe White's going to play here. This is still not it's not going to be easy for Black to live in this case either. For instance, this would not be alive. And this would not be alive. And this would not be alive. Well, it would be alive, but Black would have to give up 2 stones. So I don't see any clean way for Black to make a living shape anyway. So the game is... Oh, and Black resigned at this point. So the Black group is dead now. And that's it for this game. And so fairly soon I will be finishing. I'd like to tell you I'm going to stream for game number 2. But I'm not sure at this point whether it's going to be tomorrow or the day after. I think it's going to come fairly soon, and my plan is to stream for that game also. So thanks for everyone watching so long, and I hope you enjoyed. Give me a thumbs up if you did, and I'll be back. I'll try to fix the chat. I've been having trouble with that. I realized that it's cut off on the right in the window there I have. So I'll try to fix that. Thanks for all the support. Goodbye. Okay, let's get it.